Hey, good evening, everybody. I told you I'd be in here kind of late this evening for another video. I was actually hoping before now, trying to finish up a couple of other projects that's been here an incredibly long time. So I got to the point where I got to order special order parts for one of them, and then the other one, well, that's a whole different animal. But anyhow, I figured we'd start in on one of the power supplies. Now, one of the things you're probably going to see in this little corner, see that tape removed and it's black. Well, this is actually an anodized black case that this power supply is going to be built in. So we've got everything fairly laid out as far as on the face. I would have went ahead and cut out this hole here for the meter live. The only problem is the tool that I use is incredibly loud. And I'm not talking just a little bit. I'm talking outlandishly loud. So we'll get back to that. So I'm going to get the switch we're going to use here for the main power. Like I said, I've got this cut out. That's pretty much the only two things that are going to be done to the face. And then we're going to get into the main chassis. And like I said, once this all starts forming together, I think you guys are going to like this. So let's see. Grab a breaker. Okay. So since this is going to be 220, we are going to be using a 220 breaker for the front. The screws out here. Got some other screws that are special order that I've got on hand too for those. So. All right, now for those of you that's seen the very startup of this, it says stage 1. Okay, on the Evolutionary series, I know that it's going to get incredibly expensive to do the Meanwell power supply. So stage 1 is going to be built with a very good quality. It's still not a Meanwell, but it is a very good quality power supply module. I have went through painstaking lengths in order to obtain some of these. So, that's basically just to cut the cost down a little bit. But this is going to be a very, very heavy duty power supply. One of the things it's going to be totally different is I'm going to be using an LCD display instead of a regular LED. The LCD, these are actually, because I've used these in the past, these are great. However, they're very, very expensive. What's nice is these are accurate within 1%. So that's a very, very nice tight tolerance, as far as on the overall. So kind of want to bring that into play. Hopefully my buddy Early, he's still awake. Don't know, but hopefully he is. And grab my drink from over here. All right, so I've got my baseline already drawn as far as where I'm planning on mounting this. I've actually got my first reference hole, and then I've got to go ahead and move up to that point. So pencil. This actually be kind of nice since this is a dual breaker. I'll be able to, I don't have to use but just enough for 2 holes. So 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 1 inch and 11/16. Oops. I'm thinking totally wrong. I put it there. Huh. Didn't think something looked right. All right. It should be approximately 5/8, I believe, from the top one. And that does look correct. Now we're going to come down 5/8. So here's where I grab the pen. Good evening, Mark. Thanks for joining in. I don't think you've ever popped in here before, but good to see you. I know some of these they actually do in metric, and some of them they do in standard. So basically, it's just another way to kind of cross-reference to make sure that I've got my measurements right. It's too expensive a piece of aluminum to make a critical mistake, so I'd rather measure twice, 3 times, or 4 times just to make extra sure. Okay, so I've got 42.5 millimeters. So that definitely sounds like a US standard. Yep, that's good there. Yeah, there should be approximately 16 millimeter, because that's real close to 5/8. So that's what I'm going to do is double check. So 15, 16, looks like 17 millimeters. So again, we'll go back and kind of double check ourselves. Okay, so it's going to be splitting hairs on that one. It's been a minute. Well, glad to see you popped in anyways. That's always the worst part, is just hearing that pop from the center punch. That thing definitely gets loud. All right, let's go ahead and drill our starter holes here. Get my drill bits out that I got for Christmas from a good friend. Yeah, he hasn't actually been in here on any of my live feeds in a while. I don't know if he's fell off the earth or what. Of course, I know he got some new play toys and he's got more that's coming. His order came in, or should be there tomorrow, actually. Well, we can definitely build you a power supply. It just depends on what you want. Yeah, here in a few minutes, whenever I get the get to the main body and everything for the layout, like I said, I think you guys are going to really like it. Once you see what the case is, I've also got some custom-made cabinets. They should be in no more than 3 more weeks that I special ordered. I'm hoping whenever they come in, I'm hoping they're as good as I imagine. So, all right, let me double check. I don't know what size of hole I need, because I know I need more than 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so 140 thousandths. And that's exactly what I want. Okay. I made such a heck of a noise over here and was vibrating the table. I've got all my snap outs here. They've all fell out of the holder over here. That's how hard the table was jumping. All right. So I know this one's 5/8. But when using these, if you want to keep that hole exactly perfect, we need to actually go ahead and make sure we've got our hole drilled specifically for the bolt that's going to go in there. That way we don't have any slop. We just want it big enough to where we've got some clearance for that. You want more than your wife says you can afford. Yeah, I've been there, done that. I don't have the wifey anymore, but I definitely understand. All right, so 1/4 inch is what we need to drill the hole for. But yeah, like I said, my buddy of mine, 467 down there in Mississippi, He actually sent these for me, like I said, for Christmas, and those have been some bad mamma jammas. Okay. I'm gonna put this battery on charge and grab my other battery real quick because I know it's just about dead. We can keep on going. Now, what we're actually looking at right now, guys, is actually the back side of this. I've got both sides taped up just because of the fact that I want everything to stay as nice and clean and neat and pretty as we can. So since we know this is our back side, this is going to be our front side. We're going to cut the hole from this direction. Yeah, I don't want to do it that way. I do, but we're actually going to use a different tool than this little wrench here. We're going to incorporate power tools. Oops, wrong power tool. Right power tool. Get my adapter here. Oh, I had it right there in my drawer, but I guess I don't. Hey, good evening, Tracy. Popcorn. Actually, that's one of the things I was kind of waiting on my buddy Early to pop in there before I actually showed that. Wow. God, yeah, that's hard. And I think that's aluminum too. All right, put that back up. All right. Early, did you get back? Did you get in there, buddy? Well, sometimes he gets in there. A lot of the time, anyways. It's kind of like me and some of the others. We're late night workers, and I've got another 6 hours before I call it quits. About 5, I guess. But anyways, what I actually used, and the reason why I was kind of waiting on early, he actually gave me the idea. But you can actually pick this up right at your local Harbor Freight. They are cheap, but they work. But it's actually a saw, or what they call a body saw. Um, the guard on the front here, it kind of sucks, but for the purpose intended, these work great. I just went ahead and drilled a hole large enough that I know I could turn my blade both directions, as far as in each 4 corners, and then proceeded to saw it out. This worked really, really good. Out of every type of trial and error type thing that I have tried to be able to cut a rectangular hole without it being too much hassle, this has been the easiest. This has been the easiest method I've used. So, and the quickest. I actually had to do very, very little filing in order to go ahead and get everything nice and neat. I still had to go back into each corner and just knock those just a little bit in order for everything to fit down in there. Not much, Art. South Carolina, California. Oh, God. That's so funny, but it's so sad because it's true. That's that's the part that's it's funny, but it's not. All right. Blur those 2 holes there. Yeah, I've got a few other fellas, Popcorn, that live over there in your neck of the woods, and they say the same thing. All right, so I'm not going to take it off the face, but I will take it off of the back side of this. And I'll leave the other on. I'll leave the other tape on, like I said, until I get a little closer to assembly. Like I said, this is going to be on the inside, so if we would happen to get a light scratch or something, it's not going to show. But I've had this tape on here for like a month, and this, the blue stuff really doesn't matter. However, this stuff's a little easier for marking, but it's not meant for long term on a piece of aluminum or steel or whatever else that you're working with. So try to get this all started here. I can set the face up in the background while we're doing all the rest of it. That's like pulling bubble gum out of your hair. Jeez and Pete's. The struggle is real, guys, I promise. Kind of wonder if I was going to get lucky on that one or not. Not much, Mr. D. Yep. Yeah, I know I don't get a whole lot of people on Sunday night out here as far as whenever I do, videos this late in the evening, but just has to do with my work schedule. I actually stay on par with my work schedule for my other job. Yesterday I sitting there looking at the clock and how long I'd been out here from start to the time I actually shut the door and locked it to call it an evening. And I spent 16 hours in here just working on stuff yesterday. So it was definitely a very long day. And the way it's looking, probably be about 15 and a half today. Of course, I did take out just long enough to eat some lunch. Can't live on radios alone. Not very filling. A little hard and chewy. But I've been trying to get to this project here for well over a month. Okay. I may have to use a little bit of goof off. On this back side when we're done, but yeah, overall we got it. So that's the most important part. Yeah. So we'll clean up all that little stuff here after a while. Let's go ahead and deburr that too while I'm at it. There it is. I knew I had a larger one. Okay. Mullet? What the heck is mullet? Hello, Cornbread. Okay, let me grab another screw. It may sound silly, but I'm actually going to go ahead and mount this for the time being. The only reason why is because I need to make sure I've got the clearance that's needed on the other side for go. Just need to make sure I've got enough placement. I'm just going to put one screw in it for right now. Because that's the way it's going to be when it's actually inside the case. So that ain't tight, but it's just enough for reference is all. Oh, where's the next piece? I'm sure you guys have probably already seen or can guess what kind of case this is. You know, this is the this is going to be the front, and this is going to be the back. And that's the reason why I wanted to get the back, so that I know which side's the front. So it's actually going to be mounted here, and then everything's going to be brought forward. So, like I said, that's what I wanted to make sure of was, you know, what kind of room I had where to, you know, work with everything. So. These out because I'll need those for, it's just so much easier when you've got visuals. I mean, I can go back and I can do this one's going to be a 350 amp power supply. I'm going to be building, and like I said, I've got some other cases on order that are going to be in the same format. I'm going to be using the same cases. I got to look into a couple of the different ones as far as based on price, but a lot of the power supplies, especially the smaller ones, you know, that aren't going to be quite as deep. You know, I'm looking into what size cabinet I need to be able to build like a 200 amp, but essentially from about 200 amps and up, you know, there's going to be some changes, and that's part of why this one, the build is going to be on this one here, is so that I can go ahead and go off of everything and come up with the dimensions that's needed for a 200 amp of, in this case, you know, 300, 350. I'm not sure if I can go up to a 400 in this cabinet without going to the next size. So that's, you know, part of why we're here tonight is, you know, so that I can go ahead and do this. Like I said, I've got some special made cabinets that are going to be in the same, you know, same design or same type of format, but they are going to be very, very specific, you know, because of the width and the depth as well. Like I said, that's part of, you know, part of what I've got coming up. You guys will be the first to see them when they roll out. You know, like I said, it was a very healthy investment, but, you know, I think you guys are going to take to them fairly well. But, yeah, it is definitely a late night. Of course, You know, I've still got, like I said, about 5 hours left, you know, for, if you want, my shift. Grab a couple more screws here. Reason why is because, like I said, we want to get our measurements here. Make sure everything's just so. Okay. So again, like I said, you know, I need to know what I've got as far as for, you know, room and clearance and all that good stuff, and everything that's going to be going into this. So, all right, that way I've got an idea, you know, based on where the switch is going to be. All right. So yeah, I've got tons of room. Got tons of room on this side. All right, so that's what I wanted to know there. All right. Put that back over here. Find what I did with my crazy tape. Okay. So I need to go at least 2¼ I'm going to stay 2¼ off of this edge here. So I'm going to go 1 7/8, and that's what I'm going to try to put my tape line to start with, and then that way I can kind of manipulate it accordingly. Okay. Now we can come back, take our other measurement here. Okay. side lip, approximately 1/2 inch. So, yep, that puts us right at 1 inch as far as off the back, so it gives us a 1/2 inch clearance this way. Actually, it's going to be about 350 amps, Art. As far as the price range, that's actually what part of this one is for. This one's actually not sold, but it's so that I can get a full baseline on it. You know, the cabinets are going to cost me a little bit more just because of you know, the size and the module style. They're really not that much overpriced. You know, you're only looking about roughly for most of the builds about 20 bucks extra for the case. However, you know, this is a huge difference. Dun, dun, dun. Where they at? There we go. You know, versus one of these. So this, for something that's going to do approximately 500 amps, you know, this cost me about 25 bucks, you know, 25, 30 altogether by the time I pay the tax and shipping. These are about 50 bucks, you know, for this and the shunt. So they're better than double. So yeah, you're gonna see a little more of a price increase with this, but these are also going to be built more like a tank. So that's one of the other things. Another piece that we can actually offer as well that's going to be in this one. Typically on the big ones, I'm not going to put them in, but on the small ones like the 200 amp, you know, the 200, 250, as a USB charging port. You know, I'm actually going to put this in. That'll be included onto the face of it, to where you can go ahead and plug your phone in or whatever. I mean, you're sitting at your desk, you've already got everything filled up. If you don't, the wife does, the girlfriend does, the kids do, and you have no place to plug your phone in. So, you know, that's what we're actually going to put in there for, you know, the smaller ones. Big ones like this, you know, it's still a desktop. You know, you're only talking maybe 20 bucks extra to have that put in, if you choose to do so. But on the smaller, you know, the two smaller versions, I am going to actually start including those. Big thing is I got to figure out where I bought these at, because once I run out, I want to be able to replace them. So put those in there, those up. Okay, let me finish this out. Now the other thing, which I don't have one out here with me at the moment, these are also going to be available with the 100 amp Meanwell power supplies. So, you know, you're looking at a 200 amp. You know, 200 amp is going to start at about 1,600 because of the cost of the modules, and then you got your case, labor, all the wiring, and, you know, snippets and what have you. So, you know, this is going to be the baseline in this series, and then you're going to go into the other. One of the things that you're going to see about the Evolution series is the way this is going to be rated is it's going to be rated at a you know, heavier duty cycle. You know, that's the big thing. is the rating on it. You know, you're going to be able to run, you know, your run time is going to be a lot more aggressive based off of how many actual amps this thing's going to pull. So once I get everything set up, I'll take, because he's already got my artwork and stuff finished, so I'll actually have the labels this week. He was sick last week, so I didn't get my labels like I had hoped for this weekend. But as soon as they come in, I'll actually go ahead and get you guys in here where you can actually see, you know, the labels and, like I said, some of the new stuff that's coming up. So, like I said, some really neat stuff. All right. Now, generally, and I'll go back and I'll still measure again. That should be, and this is kind of one of the odd ones, should be 151 millimeters center to center. And that's what I've got here. So it's kind of odd because I use regular SAE measurements, and then for like here, as far as distance between, I actually have to use metric if I want the holes to line up right, and it's a whole lot easier. You know, that's the big thing. So put a little mark there. Turn that around. I'm going to use the blue tape for this one. Well, that'd be a down payment. You know, this is kind of a mid-size supply. That's kind of one of the nice things about it, is this is a mid-size supply. You know, I do sell a lot of 100 amp power supplies. You know, but I've only got one cabinet right now that I can really do those in, and some of the others that I've looked into, I've got some, you know, pretty good outlets now as far as for some of these cases. And like I said, you know, it's just something different. You know, not everybody's got it, but a lot of people like running, for example, the black radios. So for those of you that, you know, have the big black, you know, Galaxy 2517, you know, RCI 2980, the Connex, the, oh Lord, Rangers, whatever, you know, whatever version it is, they're still in the 19-inch rack mount. Well, now, depending on what you've got as far as on equipment, now you can actually go back and you can order a power supply that's going to match it. So that's one of the really cool things about this. It's not the one I was wanting, but yeah, it'll still work. Okay, that's good there. That's good Well, good evening, Mr. Charles. You know, your ears must have been burning because I actually mentioned you. Now, where's my buddy Three Mate at? He should be floating around there somewhere. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how far I want to start. Okay. So we're gonna go 2 1/4 off that back. Yeah, like I said, your ears must have been burning. He might be. Of course, this late at night, I know he usually don't get out into the shop, but you never know. Yeah. Yes, Charles, the guy that has the Chevy repair channel. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I love giving him hell, but you know, we all get along so good. And that's really what this is all about too, is just being able to sit down and, have some fun and enjoy doing this. The hobby's not just about the hobby. The hobby's actually about the people more so than the hobby. Um, and I think that some people sometimes forget about that. You know, it's more about us all coming together, than it is anything else. I just laid it down. All right. So let us see. Okay. Well, Charles, have you let somebody talk you out of that power supply yet, buddy? I mean, every time you get something, you let somebody talk you out of it. 15 million things up here on my workbench, and I can't find the one single solitary thing that I'm looking for. There it is. So all I had to do is just bitch about it. Well, and that's the whole thing. It is not a stupid question. If it is a question that you do not know personally, Even though we've heard it maybe 1,000 times, if you don't know, it is not a stupid question. That's the biggest, that's the biggest hurdle right there. If you honestly do not know, you do not know. Okay. So I can stay with my standard, which is what I thought was 2 1/4. Speaking of power supplies, speaking of power supplies, this right now was one of them that this one and the other one I've got are the 2 oldest things I have left. Everything else is caught up to date except for this and one other piece, where I'm only about 3 months out. I have replaced the transistors in the back. Unfortunately, there are a few small transistors that they do not make anymore. And I have tried and tried to find a couple of replacements, and unfortunately, they do not make them. We had some transistors, and that's kind of one of the things too. Some of these are just getting to the point where they're impractical to repair, as far as with the old iron core transformers. I've actually got to make a couple of calls and see if I can find some of the other transistors that actually adjust the voltage on this, and see if I can't, bring this baby back to life. If not, we're just going to have to call it a DOA. I've seen somebody else come in there. Well, good evening, Mr. Eagle Eyes. Glad you could pop in here. So we got our baseline set up as far as locations for those of you that have just tuned in. Like I said, I've got the face finished up. Like I said, right now we're looking at the back side of it, which is going to be very simplistic. We've got a switch here, which will be, as you're looking at it, it will be actually on the right-hand side once we actually flip this around. Now this will be to the right side, and then the LCD display will be going into the face of it. So, the regular LEDs are nice, but they're kind of small. Those light up blue. I don't have any options on that. That's one of the only bad things. I actually tried to find a couple of different versions, where I could get maybe some blue, some red. Now, I did do one for Lucas Oil here a couple of years ago. Now, that one did have separate voltage and amperage gauges. However, as great as that is, the only bad thing is it is very slow about reading on the amperage. Not that that's a bad thing or a good thing. Very, very accurate. But you're looking at, you're going to have to buy a isolation transformer for that to run the meters, to go from the 220 back down to 110. And then, you still got to wire everything in just like normal, which is, not a big deal. But when you get into that, those meters are roughly about $125 to $150 a piece. So just to get all the equipment you need to be able to put a volt and amp meter in there, those are going to be quite expensive. You're looking at to do that almost $500 just for the meters. So it's not a practical build. It can be done, and I'm happy to do it, but that just adds an exponential amount to the cost. Well, thank you, Dallas. Anyways, we need to get some lines laid down here, so I need to quit jaw jacking so much. So 1, 2 1/4. Two and a quarter. Two and a quarter. Okay. I think that one can go there. Okay, so for those of you that are wondering what I am doing, what I'm doing is I'm setting my reference line for where the holes actually have to be drilled. I don't know if I can fit one more in the location that I've got set for. Because if I don't allow myself enough room up front, I'll be in trouble. Because I allowed myself a little bit more leeway back here, so that's the big thing. And the reason why is because of my all my AC that's coming in on that side, and the 2 jacks that we're going to be using here too. Yeah, unfortunately it does. And that's part of the reason why I'm offering this in 2 different variations. Number one, to kind of keep the cost down. But like I said, um, most everybody that's bought a power supply off of me um, knows that they're they're pretty reliable and they're pretty good, good supplies as far as doing everything that they're supposed to do. Basically, I'm just kind of upping my game. And then for those that want to spend out the extra money or are willing to, and that's probably going to be your, uh, big thing there is willing to. There is going to be, the availability for those that are willing to spend the money. We're going to do the Meanwell power supplies as well. But we're not going to go with just any Meanwell power supply. We're actually going to go with, the RSP 1500, which you guys are probably familiar enough with it. A lot of those are being used as far as on the 48 volt series. These are 15 that I'm looking at, so like I said, they're going to get kind of pricey, especially when you go to do that. But for those of you that want the best of the best, it is available. For the Meanwell, yeah, it will definitely be a spare no expense. But you're looking at several grand based on what you want. So you've got to bear that in mind. So one. And that's actually what I wanted to come up with. So that's actually a good thing. Make sure I didn't make any kind of screw ups here. Measure in between each one. Just to make sure there's no blunders. But yeah, Charles, you actually should get. Yeah, you should get your stuff tomorrow. Like I said, it'll look like Christmas in July. Yeah, Meanwhile, like I said, they do make a really good power supply. Um, and I've had people ask me, do I build with them? Yes, I do, but that's upon request. But as soon as you tell somebody, that's the same basic power supply with the 30 amp Meanwells in there is going to cost them an extra $150. It's like, oh well, I don't want to spend that much. And that's knowing that they've already looked at the price of them. That's kind of the sad part. Well, that's good. Like I said, I don't have any out here in the shop. I actually took those in just because I've literally ran out of room here in the shop. Um, so that's one of the main reasons why I don't have those in here right now. Where are those at? Okay. Push it back just a little bit. Okay. Two things to check. Plenty of headroom. Okay, so I should be able to come straight across at that point. That'll give me everything that I need. Still give me all my clearance that I want there, and I'll still have room for my capacitor bank. So there we go. Dun, 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 dun. 15 million rolls of tape. Ah, come on. Shouldn't be that hard just to lay a piece of tape down. Okay, that's close enough for government work. All right, Art, have a good one, buddy. We will talk at you later. Lightweights, man, lightweights. Let me grab one more. Okay. Okay, so I add approximately 1/2 inch. Yeah, I moved one of the wrong modules. It's okay. Not a problem. So, 2.5. Actually, I won't need that just yet. All right, so what's all the new stuff that's coming out? I mean, I know, like for example, I'm coming up with, different power supplies and some different amplifiers and what have you. But anybody else seen anything that's been pretty cool that they thought was interesting? Like I said, I'm always looking for new ideas. In some cases, I think inside the box. Some cases, I think outside the box, based on what I'm building. That line looks off. It is. Yeah, not too bad. Okay. Give me a second here, guys. There we go. Trying to think here, that way I can send them a memo here. There we go. Now I'm going to get a reply back from that individual here in just a minute. Yep, and there it is. The only reason why I'm halfway taking this one is for a couple of different reasons. As far as this, because normally I don't mess with it a whole lot. Okay. Let's do a little sneak peek. They're asking me questions on this. Do. Is it possible? Do. There we go. Yeah, it's about the custom cabinets I've got being made. They're double checking measurements with me right now, so yeah. Like I said, I'm excited, guys. I really am excited with what's coming up. Yeah, that sucks, Gary. You know, sadly, I've been there myself. You know, it's drove me absolutely batty, um, just in retrospect to that. Let's double check myself here. Yep. good. Find out what she's wanting here now. Now somewhere I have to hit save. Just got to figure out how to do it. Ah. If you move one, please move the other the same symmetrical amount for both 120 millimeter fans, please. I have more than enough headroom. It will not be an issue. Just easier than sitting there typing. Yeah, they're actually, that company is actually 13 hours ahead of us. Just to give you guys an idea. So, these are going to come from a very, very long and far away distance. Why does that still look wrong? Something still just doesn't look right to me. Yep, that's what I thought. The fans are 120 millimeter. You give them all this information and they still have to ask. There we go. Well, I told you guys earlier I didn't think that looked right. And so far, my engineer that I've got to deal with, she has been, bar none, great. Of course, I told him that I was doing a live feed, so I think that just went over her head. Well, good night, Mark. We'll talk at you later, buddy. You're off the air too. Got to put my helix on my antennas. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's almost crazy talk. Yeah, I need to get me another T-square, but I need to find one that's maybe 16, 18 inches. That would make life so much easier. You know, as far as for a hole. Okay. So although these don't have to be exactly perfect, we're going to go off of this line here for the next points. Oops. Quit moving the damn measuring device. There we go. I hear you on the Helix. Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat. You know, I'm still able to get by for where I'm at. You know, I've got some Helix. I will probably never get to use it. But I do have some Helix as far as for myself. You know, the problem is, you know, I'm looking at, geez, oh Pete's. You know, I've got one piece that's actually a little too long. Another, you know, as far as on that, for me to be able to use it, which, I mean, if I put it up, I would never, ever, ever, ever have to worry about coax ever again. You know, that would be kind of the neat thing about it. And let's see here. Let's go back here. 1, 2 1/4. One, 2 1/4. Oh, that one's actually wrong. So again, with our measurements, make sure, check our spacing. And spacing is correct. Now is not the time to make a mistake. Okay, so that part's now laid out officially, except for, like I said, what we got to put there. You know, we do need to make a measurement here and come up and go ahead and start planning for, you know, our fuse holder, or excuse me, our fuse holder, our power cord that's going to be hooked in, and then also as far as for our hot and grounds that we're going to be using too. So you know, all that's got to be taken into consideration yet. And our power supply, I have a couple of capacitors. Let's see here. Probably set them in there about like that. I'm just using these for mock-up. Although one cap would be enough, it's one of the few things that, you know, I tell people whenever they're trying to build stuff like this for themselves, especially if you've got more than like a 50 amp power supply. Whenever you go to use like a computer grade power supply cap like this, make sure that you've actually got at least two. You do have to remember that, you know, not only do you have filtering here, you also have a load current that's also being, you know, being tapped off of these as well. So, you know, you've got a lot of a brunt power that's actually going to these. And the last thing you want to do is just put everything onto one capacitor. You know, you want to actually allow the capacitors enough room and enough, you know, enough headroom, whether you're using 1, 2, or 3. You want to go ahead and allow for them to have what they need. You know, 3 actually wouldn't be a bad idea either. In retrospect to what we're doing here. And I may go ahead and do that if I have the extra room. We may go ahead and throw a third one in here. But you know, you want to make sure that you always run at least 2, just to allow basically stress relief. You know, that's your biggest thing is, you know, you don't want to have everything dependent on that one capacitor. Otherwise, you're going to have it set up for failure. So remember, if you're going anything, you know, over 100 amps, you know, even if you go with 2 smaller ones, 2 bigger ones, whatever the case may be, allow yourself at least 2 based on, you know, what you're doing. So, you know, just kind of a, like I said, just kind of a rule of thumb. No, actually, I wasn't looking at that. So what do you got here? Just a small watt ground plane. Let's see, almost 400, 600. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. Yeah, 3CX 10,000. Yeah, that's going to be a while down the road before we start playing with tubes that big. I will leave that up to my buddy Luke and some of the other guys out there that do it every single day. That is not for the faint at heart, by no means. That's one of the things that I will definitely have to say is you definitely want to make sure that you got your duckies in a row before you start messing with that. All right. So I kind of think that's what I want to do right there. these in here real quick that we kind of see what kind of room I'm dealing with here. Aha. I see a flaw. I did not take into consideration this one did not have 2 holes. However, that's not a problem. All we got to do is just move our holes over. So, you know, not a big deal. You know, it's easily fixed. You know, we just got to look at it at a different, look at it at a different point. So again, you know, one of those things that, which I mean, I could have still used it and just turned 2 of them upside down, and all would have been right with the world. The only thing of it is, I'm actually going to set it up to where all the switches are facing in the upright position as far as the 110 to 220. Because whenever I go to set all the modules for this, what we're actually going to do is, do our regular markings and stuff so that we can actually visually see, and we know we don't have any of these upside down, where we can actually visually see and make sure that everything is systematically correct before we, throw the switch. So, all right. So the way I had that planned, where's the one at? There it is. Yeah, it's not going to leave me quite as much room as I had hoped if I use that. Again, that's all right, because it's not that hard to just move 2 locations while we still have everything apart. Let's come up with a measurement here that we want. So it looks like 3 1/4. It looks like 3 1/4. But at least we've got our measurement line there. So we've got 3 1/4 here. We're going to do that with this one. Okay. Checked and double checked and triple checked. We'll quadruple check. Well, good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. 3. Yeah, you like watching the fireworks, don't you, early? You know, I have had in the past, though, I have had some of those modules, and believe it or not, you were actually a point of interest earlier at the very beginning of this. And if I can find where I laid the crazy thing down, or did I put it up already? Yep, I put it up. All right, so Just gonna move one more piece out of the way. Well, I had a few people ask how I cut the square hole. And due to a conversation we had many, many months ago, it may have been as much as a year ago, I went on the hunt and I actually found one of these, which is the body saw. Originally we talked about, body saw that runs on air, which I actually bought and I used it. But that was, during summertime when it was warm and didn't bother me to go out to the garage to do that. However, it's cold and I don't have any heat out there, and I'm not going to fire up a wood stove and let it run for 2 or 3 hours just to go out there and cut a hole. Well, I actually found, and the only thing I don't like about it is the fact that it's not variable. I have not come across one that's variable, but I have come across an electric version of the body saw, and it works for the cases and stuff to cut out the square holes. This works awesome. Yeah, so again, I have tried multiple different methods, and that one seems to work the best. You got to drill a couple of holes, as far as for your 4 corners to make sure that everything's just so. But otherwise, it all works out, pretty good. So, not worried about the up and down, just our hole location. Since I know about what I'm looking at. Okay, so I'm still going to have plenty of air here. Got plenty of channel space, for all my wiring. So all that looks great. All right, so now we can go ahead and pop those 2 or 4 rather. There's going to be a couple of little dimples on the bottom, but unless you turn it upside down to run it, you'll never notice them. Okay. The only reason why I set this one back up here is because while I'm in the middle of marking stuff, I'm actually going to go ahead and just plan on my capacitors here. So I think that's what I want to do right there. Something other than black on black would be best, but all we're going to do is just see the spot. Okay, well, there's one more that I am not seeing. I see 3 there. I see those 2. And that's the one I didn't get enough where I could see it. Yeah, I know this hurts my ears too, guys. All right. So you had discussion 3. You've been elbow deep in small engine Chevy blocks tonight. Yeah, running on a Variac. Yeah, I don't think that would be a wise choice, buddy. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot, bud. All right. And since those are the hardest to see, I'm going to go ahead and spot drill those first. Mainly, I don't want to go into the tables, so. But I do want them very visible when we do drill them. All right, so 2, 4, 6. Right? 2, 4, 6. 3 and 3 is 6, so we got them. There we go. Oh, by the way, Early, I wanted to say thank you. I actually got your present here. It come in, was it either Friday or Saturday is when it came in. Give me just a second here, guys. Let me take this screw out. And I'm going to step outside and go grab it and show you guys what he sent me. Give me just a second, guys. We'll be right back. Let's see if we can get the camera to focus. Focus. There we go. All right, guys. Give me just a second here. Well, the temperatures drop in. Lord have mercy, is it dropping? Ugh. Yeah, thump. I don't have it sitting on the table all the way, but yeah, it's actually shear for light metal and some of the circuit boards and stuff. So this will be put to some good use. I don't really have a great place to put it. Let's see. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, this is going to be put to some pretty good use. I'm not sure if this is adjustments for the blade or if that's also adjustments as far as for the table to get everything just lined out 100%. But yeah, I'll do some measurements and stuff and find out, you know, if that's what these are for as far as to adjust it to make sure you're, you know, perfect 90. That's what I'm guessing those are for, because the way the heads are made here, the blade looks like there's no adjustment to that. So, you know, it's either that or I'll loosen these, and these are made intentionally to go ahead and shim that up nice and tight. But you know, I think I'm going to take those off, and when I get a chance, I'm going to take those blades and have them ground. That way they're nice and super, super sharp. So probably won't take but about 5 thousandths off of each one, and this thing will be like a razor again. Set this over here out of my way. But yeah, yeah, that, like I said, actually kind of shocked me, because like I said, when that came in, you know, the box did get beat up a little bit, which, given what it is, yeah, that's not really uncommon. Dum dum, dee dum dum. What the heck is that doing up? Not sure what that is. Junk mail. Just making sure she didn't send me another message here. Okay. All right, so I want to come in 1 3/4 inches. I'm going to come up 1 3/4 inches. That's going to be for the big hole for our power cord. Down low, go off to the side. And that will be for our grounding or our bonding lug. I'm telling you, Charles, these things are like razors, man. I mean, these things are some bad mamma jammas. I've used a lot of drill bits in my day, and I'll tell you, these, bar none, have been some of the best I have ever used. And whether it's on metal or that old gummy aluminum, like I said, you know, I haven't even looked to see if see if I can get individual bits to replace them, you know, because I mean, eventually I will have to replace some of these. That one out. I can go and drill that one to size. And until I get the cord and all that other good schniz, then I'll worry about what size overall diameter that's going to be. The other holes, as far as that, I actually got to go ahead and look as far as where I'm going to put everything in respect to the main lugs too. Somewhere over the rainbow, we've got plugs and connectors. And that's not it. Yeah. Aha. Okay, let's get that set out of the way. Move these modules. Okay. And this is the reason why we've got mock-ups. We know exactly what we're going to get into. And I want one of those other modules too. Once we actually set everything, so we need to know what we're going to get into. I think we're going to go ahead and hang our negative here. So it looks like center to center is going to be 4 3/4. So up and down, we know we don't have to worry about that. So we'll go 4 3/4 as far as for our hole here. And then, like I said, we'll worry about the other one because the other one will be somewhere in here. It's not going to be as super critical. You know, it's kind of the nice thing about that is it's not going to be a major, a major deal. So, 4 3/4. that down on tape. Yeah, actually, that's I came very, very close a couple different times, Charles. Believe it or not, um, that's really not a joke. All right, so the first one, that's an easy one. So now we can do that. And basically about an inch. Inch and a quarter, I think, is where we're going to put that out. So it looks like an inch and a half. Yeah, I like that better, and I've still got a substantial amount of room. So the bits I've got early are called Brute. They are Twister XL5 heavy duty. Like I said, those are some bad mamma jammas. I haven't even looked up on Amazon to see what the cost of them are, but like I said, it's definitely one of those that I would definitely recommend for anybody. Okay. So it's going to be there. So kind of an increment we come up with here. And let's do 3 inches center to center. That ought to be more than enough to get almost any kind of wire that you're looking at in between there. Now we'll go 3 1/8. All right. And then I'll worry about the positioning of these once we go to put those in. Well, the only thing like I said, the only thing I'm concerned about is that measurement right there. I know I've got clearance in front of it as far as where the capacitor is going to be sitting. Should be sitting essentially like that right there. And then we've got our main DC that's going to be up there as well. So, and then there's actually going to be a small fan. We're going to put a small fan right here as far as to go ahead and just, essentially circulate air to go ahead and take some of the heat out of it. And it's actually going to get dispersed out both sides. Reason why is because the sides already set up with small perforations to go ahead and allow for the exhausting. So each one of these holes is actually going to go ahead on both sides. It's actually going to go ahead and allow you all the air movement, I think, that's going to be needed as far as to, like I said, all we're going to try to do is just, cycle fresh air into it so that we don't have any heat pockets. That's all we actually are concerned with at this point. That way we don't have to put any holes in the top as far as fans or anything else. Everything will be nice and neat and easy to access and do anything to it at a later date, that we need to. So. Oh, speaking of which, early, move that out of my way too. I have got, so I've got you kind of a goodie box starting. The vinyl guy, I don't know if I told you or not, but he was sick last week, so that actually put him behind. He should actually have those done for both of us going into this this next week. So when that happens, let me get to it. Better watch, I'll cut my toes off of that damn thing. But anyways, I have you an Amazon goodie box. I'm sure you could use some. I bought a huge amount of these, so I figured I'd include a few of those, but it's a mystery box. Everything's brand new. Yeah, like I said, you'll have to wait and see. I've got some of it already packed, but once I get your labels as well, they're going to go in here, and then I'll put the rest of the packing material. Since you'd said what you did about the one label, as far as whenever he sent you the copies, I actually asked him if he could go ahead and do some of those in multiple colors as well. So he went in and did a quick look and played with it for just a minute while I was there, and he's actually going to go ahead and try to print some of those also in multiple colors. The one that you liked that was originally in gray, the two-tone. So he's going to try to do some of those, but once we get everything set up, like I said, and I get your labels, I'll put them in your box of goodie stuff here. Let's set you there. Let's see what the heck this is. All right. Dum-dum-dum. Help the internal drawings. Okay, so I just need to confirm. Okay. Looks fine. 38. Yep. Sorry, guys. Let me grab paper to make sure that they don't have something wrong here. That's correct. Because I guess they're going to start on these this week as well, as far as the custom cabinets. All right, height is 38. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Should be fine. Now some of this is kind of hard to look at. Of course, it doesn't help whenever some of this stuff's in Japanese. Yeah, so I apologize, guys. Just not quite understanding one of the drawings they've got. Well, the 85 millimeters on the change is fine. I'm glad they've got this set up to where it automatically switches over on their side here. I'll apologize for this, guys. Like I said, I'm just trying to make sure that I've got everything, all my ducks in a row, because I mean, this is a pretty decent chunk of change here, like I said, because I'm having the things custom made. On the holes for the fan, can you cut out for just a fan grill? I'm not sure if that works or not here. Nah. Okay. I know I'm going to get one or two more of those. And like I said, it's getting ready to go into actual production where they're going to create the cabinets, here in the next few days.
You speak 7 languages. None of them are English. Yeah, or is English. Well, Gary, I can speak those two as well. I can also speak a little hick
From time to time. All right. Got me sidetracked. Another thing, Charles, is these things don't wander like some of the other ones do. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Ah. I am sure she's gonna. Like I said, I know that I'm gonna get one more, at least one more text message. Okay. So I might as well go ahead and plan for that right now. If I can find my roll of tape. There it is. Let's see. Flip it over 4 times for English, guys. It's funny, but it's not. I think that's the right line I want. Yep, it's pretty close. It's on a 16th. Sad part of it is I've got to actually have all this converted over in my head whenever I'm making up what they're asking me. Gotta have that actually, fairly fairly close. So I got to flip this over. The cabinet I know is going to be the same exact width as this. That's the reason why I'm just kind of using this for reference. Let's see here. 100. Let's see, 110. So yeah, this is, like I said, this isn't part of it. It's just part of the other one. So you guys will kind of see some of the layout. And like I said, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Like I said, this is not part of what we're doing, but it is part of what's to come. Yeah, these are actually going to be just a little longer. Like I said, it's kind of crazy. Well, hello, Josh. What's going on, buddy? eBay. Okay. Surely to God, they can add the two numbers together. That way they don't see those and go, oh, do we need to put holes there too? No, I'll do that. I just need the basic rudimentary. Now if we can just find where in the heck. There it is. Picture. Yeah, because I'll worry about putting my own holes in. You know, retrospect, I just want the biggest part of it, you know, done. Okay. Hopefully that will work. Jiminy Christmas. Thought I had all that taken care of, but apparently somebody lost part of my drawings. That's always fun. Let's see. Let's see. He has to be. Yeah, going into the political things. But I definitely understand. Like I said, there's been a lot. There's been a lot that our country has definitely endured here in the last, really the last 6 months, especially. You know, that's about all I can really say on that. You know, because I mean, I try to stay in a neutral format. You know, regardless of what I agree or disagree. You know, I try to stay on that neutral platform. But the main thing that I can definitely say is right is right, wrong is wrong. You know, it's just like this piece of paper. It's blank. Okay. This side, You've got writing on it. Now this is what we need to go back to, blank paper. You know, it's either here, you know, it's either nothing or it's here, period. You know, that's really what our forefathers went into as far as, you know, whenever they wrote the Constitution. You know, some people have picked it apart in so many different formats, so many different ways. It's very disheartening, you know, to say the least. Okay. Let's go ahead and get some holes knocked in here. Since I've already got this drill bit in here, we're going to go ahead and take care of these. My little drill will hold up. Tighten that up a little bit. Okay. Okay. Now, I don't remember what the measurement is, but I know that I'm going to be doing essentially a 4mm hole. That's the size of bolts anyways that it takes is 4mm. But we want to also have clearance. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 4.5, because we're going to go 0.5 millimeter over. We're going to multiply that times 25.4, and that comes up to that. Not sure that's right here. Hang on. 4.5 divided by 25.4. That's what I needed. Okay, so it's 177 thousandths is what we're looking for. An 1/8 inch is going to be 125. We're probably going to hit 187 thousandths, which is actually common. And that should be, let's see it here, should be 3/16, should be 187 thousandths. We can get it in there. So, since that's our closest American measurement, that's the one we're going to set off to the side. Come back to it. We're going to go down to a little bit smaller drill bit. And I want to make sure that I get all these spotted. I'm not worried about going all the way through right now. The only thing I'm remotely concerned about is just getting, just getting our spot drills. Then we'll worry about popping our main holes in. I almost went all the way through. All right, that's probably them texting me. Yeah, I've got 3 more power supplies that are going to be right behind these guys. Do have a couple of amps that are going to be in the middle of this too. Alrighty. Now this is always the hard part, is actually just making sure everything's laid out so you can get the power supply modules bolted in place. All right, so I got a couple comments here. Let's see. Drill through the bench. I don't even know why I held that one for review. I'm going to figure out where it's at. Here we go. Do. Uh, 2x8 base. A lot of it depends. A lot of it depends on, if you're just looking at what I would call a very basic 2x8. You're looking at somewhere between $1,500 and $1,800 depending on what you get, the builder. There's a lot of different things to take into consideration once you start getting up to that kind of kind of a size. Um, there's, like I said, the price can go, like I said, all over the place. Like I said, I mean, I don't know what everybody else is charging, and I actually have to go back and look, which I've looked at some of the pricing, but there again, some of the cases that we've been using, they've actually went up in cost. So that's kind of a big deal. We have to actually look now, and everybody's doing that in regards to making sure that we've got the proper prices. Cabinets, they're again materials. Materials have went up exponentially in the last few years, and that's part of the reason why I went in and I've started looking at different formats as far as cases. In most cases, like for example the module style, like what I've got here, and that I'm actually having designed, they can they can actually run into some serious money. But also on another note, depending on the size, and what we're doing with it, we can also cut some costs on a couple of different things because of it. So, like I said, I've been looking at multiple different directions, to try to get, better, the better and the best parts. Across the board. As you've seen, Charles, it takes very, very little effort. But like I said, the prices, like I said, everything's changed so much. I know we're 3 also builds as well. He can tell you the same thing. I mean, we're all in that. We're looking for better prices. I've been buying in a lot bigger quantities. Between cases, transistors, things like that, in order to go ahead and try to keep the cost down. The only problem with that is whenever I buy, for example, here I've got 10 cabinets coming. These 10 cabinets that I've had special ordered, I'm spending over $2,000 for it. So that's money out of my pocket until I actually have something sold. So that takes out of my, funds as far as to go ahead and buy either transistors or heat sinks or transformers if I need transformers. Make sure. I think I heard my phone. Check. Nope. Okay. Yep. Spoke too soon. Back. I can find it. Ah. Way too many texts. Crazy, 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 man. I'll tell you. Let's get some of these shavings off here and then we'll grill the other ones. And I actually brought my trash can over here, and like the last few times that I've had this much of a project to kind of do, I really hadn't thought about bringing my trash can closer than the other side of the room. So tried to think that through a little bit better tonight. Yep. Now, part of this too, speaking of which, I mean, as you can see, I mean, I'm drilling holes to actually mount my power supplies. You know, I had one here. It's been some time ago, and I don't remember who actually built it. But instead of actually, you know, mounting everything like this, they just used double-sided adhesive to put the modules in place. That's all they did, and they shipped it to the customer that way. It's kind of disappointed, to be honest with you. Not that this is a bad idea, and I can see doing it with, you know, your mounting locations, but you know, that's really not a good way to do it. You know, especially considering the fact that it's going to ship, and for example, if it's something this size, yeah. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, but the thing of it is, Early, is that's my money that he's giving away. Okay, so it won't let me do that. All right, I guess I got to get some more visual aids out. Dealing with people in different languages sometimes can be confusing. Now I haven't heard a single solitary soul on the radio for 5 hours. And I know I'm hooked up to the antenna because I've already checked twice. Damn. Well, when it gets ready to go through, boy, it just sucks itself through. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so that's what I got to do different. Get a little closer, just let off and just let it ride. There we go. See, this is, for the most part, this is the way the face should have peeled off. Okay, there's that. Okay, now let's go ahead and make sure all our holes here are deburred. And we got that taken care of. That's the other side that's going to have the really nasty ones on it. Okay. There we go. All right, for those of you that don't know what I'm doing right now, especially if you've just tuned in, what I'm actually doing is deburring the holes. Because once they're actually hand drilled, you're going to have small little burrs that typically show up, like this one here. Didn't get all of it. And I need to find one that's a little bit sharper here. Hang on a second. Much better. Okay. Clean off this a little bit so we're less likely we're going to scratch anything. You know, I like this silicone mat for a lot of different applications. The one major thing that it's got going for it is also the worst, in the fact that whenever there's small particles of solder or in this case like metal chips, they stick to it, which is a great thing. but you have to remember that. Okay. All right, so this is basically what we're doing here. You know, this is going to be our face. Like I said, it's going to be similar to, like I said, what I'm actually having designed for me. You know, we've got our cutout for a meter. I'm just going to kind of do a quick recap, just in case we have some new people that's come in there. I've seen we've got a few different numbers and what have you. So, like I said, just trying to show you as far as during the mock-up. We've got our hole cut out for our main switch. Now, in some cases, depending on the format, you know, we've got a 5 millimeter hole that's going to be located right in here, and that's going to basically allow us to pick up as far as for our service breaker, or if this is made into a mobile style amplifier, you know, we can use the same plate and just change what we need to based off of everything. So. Okay. All right. Tried sending the URL to another individual that's kind of interested in seeing, you know, what we're actually doing here. So hopefully they'll be able to tune in and kind of see what we've got going on. You know, our big thing is we've got all of our mounting holes done here, you know, which is really the biggest brunt of our work. You know, so we've got everything taken care of here. We've got our capacitors figured out as far as on the mounting, our secondaries as far as over here on the supplies, and we got our holes done for the other. So the only thing that's really left, which we're going to work on the back side of this, we're going to knock those holes out. Then we can get into some of the electrical, actually. Let me get some of this stuff moved out of my way. So I've got some room to work. Like I said, I'm just literally running out of room. I've only got so much that I can have up here at one time. Should be done with those. Let's see, and that should be 7/8. If I remember right. It's either 7/8 or it's 1 inch. It should be 1 inch. There's many different variations of some of these plugs or some of these connectors like this. The ones that I'm actually using here, I really, really like these, and these are great for a lot of applications. You know, it's stainless steel all the way through. You've got a nice wide insulator, you know, it's going to actually go through the case. So very little, you know, very little you have to worry about with those. Before we punch out the hole, we're going to pull out our trusty handy measuring device. Which we got 975, and we need enough clearance to get around that. So if we go up to a full 1 inch, it's going to give us about 20 thousandths all the way around it. So just enough wiggle room. All right. Very, very tight.
Every time I hear your phone, I think your car door locks.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've been kind of halfway tonight, you know, talking back and forth with the liaison and the engineer, like I said, for the cabinetry that I'm having made. So, you know, like I said, they're approximately 13 hours ahead of us. So, you know, we've got that, which works out fine with me because I don't have to worry about going back and forth from day to day answering, you know, specific questions, and, you know, that taking 3 or 4 days. Why? Because I'm up when they're at work. So it actually works out. And I think I've got a 25 millimeter snap out for my hydraulic press, but for as small as what these are, especially since this is the thin stuff, unlike the face plate, it's really not worth the aggravation. Especially considering the fact that it will take me longer to get all this stuff pulled out to use it, what it will if I just do it by hand. So it's one of those where it really doesn't pay to go through the aggravation. Make things look nice. That's the reason why we're actually pulling from the outside in. That way we don't wind up with a little ring showing as far as on the outside. Sometimes you'll see that impression, and now granted, in some cases you just don't have a choice in how you have to snap it out or cut it out. In this case, since everything's apart and in panels, I've got the choice, so that's great. Wunderbar. That one out. Just get a hold of this crazy tape. This all pulled away. Now we can actually set those in there, and we can go ahead and drill our holes, as far as get those marked. So that's one of the nice things about doing this. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this out on the edge of the table. I'm going to grab my clamps, at least one of them, if I can reach it. Almost out of my reach. Make sure it's far enough away from the table that I don't have to worry about drilling into it. All right. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and mark those two holes and get those drilled with a bolt in it. That way we can drop, like I said, a bolt in it. We can go ahead and make sure that everything's hunky-dory on the other two holes. I have seen these move enough to where you gotta finesse it to get them mounted. So that's part of the reason why we're, just want to take a little extra step here and make sure that that doesn't happen. All right. any drill bits out. Just like hot butter. All right. Sorry, guys. Forgot to move the camera. What do you guys think about this as far as using essentially the same type of chassis, you know, the 19-inch rack mount that a lot of us have come to know and love as in relationship to the radios? What's your guys' take on that as far as for power supplies and potentially an amplifier? Like I said, you know, I've been looking at multiple different formats and cases, and like I said, just something that I thought would be kind of neat. That's just like for some of them, you know, for some of the people that want, you know, just a small power supply. They've got some that are small enough in size you can either set it under the radio or on top of the radio. They've got some that are, I think one of them that I was looking at that would be ideal for a small power supply. You know, and I'm going to check and confirm some of the measurements and stuff. They're only about 3 inches tall. So you hate it. What do you hate? Early? Let's see here. Oh. Well, yeah. I actually looked into that too once upon a time, Josh, as far as you know, starting my own radio. Problem is, which this year would be, I think this year is the year that you would want to do that. Yeah, snack time. The reason why is because here in the U.S., the FCC only opens it up like once every 4 years to where you can actually get a a site designated, a power rating, and an effective radius based on the height. They'll tell you what you can and can't run as far as power wise, and so that you don't cause any other interference with other stations. But there's a lot of that is available, and I think this is the year that they open it up, because like I said, it's, from memory serves me right, it's once every 4 years do they actually accept applications for that. Just food for thought. Bear with me here. I'm trying to find a ACO connector. Not sure this one's big enough. I need to actually order some more. I'm getting actually pretty low on these things. Okay, so I can get by with this one. I may go ahead and go up to the next size cord, and I probably will once I figure, go through and I figure everything. All right, so she needs one more piece of information. Sorry, guys. Come on. Not quite sure how to do that. There we go. Trying to remember here. I'm gonna get a calculator. Isn't that awful? Let's see. -7. $196. I think here. There we go. Hopefully that'll take care of the last question for me. Yeah, some are. They've got 19 millimeter is the common. They do make smaller ones as well. You know, 19 is the most common. They do have, I think, a 12 millimeter rack mount. Part of it, part of when you're choosing one of those is you have to kind of look at some of the costs, because some of the costs do change based off of popularity. So, for example, a 12-inch rack mount may cost you $10 more than a 19-inch rack mount that's 2 inches longer. Some of them are specific on sizes, some of them aren't. For the most part, I've been trying to stay with what I call popular sizes, because of the fact that the cost is actually a lot lower. Okay, I need somewhere. Okay, so 875. So it's going to be 7/8. All right, Josh, if you're getting out, everybody, have a good evening. We will get you on the flip-flop. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately, there is a lot of waste in the world, and I definitely don't have a problem recycling on something like that. I've actually got a gentleman that I've been talking to off and on, and he's actually looking into some of that stuff for me as well. I think I'm going to use a step bit for that. Okay, so I need a 3/8. I know where to stop. that's already set up. Yep. And there is that. Okay. So now we've got our grounding lug taken care of here. We've got our hole for our cord restraint. Got those knocked out. These, I think, we're actually to the point where we can actually start looking in. Instead of doing some of the electrical. Alrighty. The one thing that actually has taken me the longest, believe it or not, so far, guys, was laying out for the actual meter install. That was actually the hardest part of this whole thing. Part of it is figuring out height, making sure it's centered, all that good stuff. So I kind of wanted to make mention of that for those of you that ever decide to try this. And even I am prone to mistakes from time to time. So that's the reason why, I try to go back, multiple different times before I actually start putting a physical hole in it. A dimple is one thing, a hole is a whole different animal. But I wanted to go ahead and make sure that everything is where it needs to be. Is it all lined up? Is it going to work? Just all the normal stuff. Okay. Move that stuff there out of the way. Just a couple of things up. I got a little bit more room here. Okay. All right. Try to get both pieces in. by the time I finish up this evening, in the last 2 days, I will have put 30 hours out here in the shop. It's almost a full week just in 2 days. That's kind of crazy, you know? I think that's probably going to be about the best I can get. You know, in relationship to being able to get you guys, you know, in here on the module, and so that you guys can see the voltmeter. And we're drinking heavy again tonight. The old Mountain Dew. And I don't see it in here. Let me get a load resistor. Let's see the other one I was looking for, if that's okay. This will still work just good. Okay. And that's what I don't want. Except I got some scraps or something I can put on the resistor here. Bear with me. Let's see here. Snips, because I've got all kinds of junk wire. Of course, I could make myself a lot easier. And let's do this. There. I wonder where that fan noise was coming from. I forgot I put a fan on my radio. And I don't have to worry about that shorting out against the case or anything, causing me any problems. Yep, that'll work. All right. Let's get this thing going. Yeah, this is probably the most tedious part about setting up a power supply. Is this section right here. Yeah, I need to. I've got to get it. I've actually got to get it out of the spare bedroom, but it won't do me any good right now because I don't have my antenna up in the air. I've got to actually make some coax and oh geez, all kinds of little just piddle stuff. As far as that goes. Gotta get that one's gonna sit on there by itself. All right, I know you guys have seen me before use this, where I'm taking a load resistor and just kind of putting it across the positive and negative. Let me get it up here where you guys can see it. Anyways, like I said, I'm trying to actually put a small little load on that, and I'm actually going to turn it on and off a couple different times. Now, as that's getting hot, essentially it's a 12 ohm resistor. You're going to see probably close to a 1 amp draw. Well, good night, Charles. Have a good one, buddy. Yeah, I'm only going to be in here maybe another hour, and then I'm going to call it quits for the evening. We are 4 hours into this, so yeah. Take a quick reading. 14.6. That's maxed out. And so we do have a small little load. Well, take that off. Yeah, are you on the, what is that, the Echo Link? Okay. All right, so it's showing 14.69, so essentially 14.7. We're actually going to back that up a little bit. Reason why is we don't know what all of the different modules are going to do. without taking them apart and doing the modifications and all that good stuff. And I really don't want to get into that. Okay, 1459. Oops, wrong direction. Uh, 1455 is what I'm shooting for, guys. So going out 3 places, I really don't see that that's going to make too much of a difference. If I can keep it down that close, we're not going to have any real differences. So 14.55, and I'd rather have it either on 0 or 1 is where I'd rather stay at. So that's what we're going to shoot for. We're shooting for the 14.5 is really what we're shooting for, as far as a whole. So here, I'm not going to do all 10 of these tonight. I'm actually just going to do about 5 of them. Reason why is because we're actually going to go ahead and put a couple of these on that board, and that way I can go ahead and start getting the wires and stuff cut, so that all we got to do is come back, finish doing the modules, and doing the wiring. And even though these cases or the boxes that these things come in, they wind up looking perfect, but you always wind up with a couple of them, some way, somehow, they get dented. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that or not. Let's see. I got to figure out. I got to make sure send her the right size here. Yeah, 120 by 120. Yep. Good deal. Yeah, this is a slow process, guys. Let me see what we're doing here. So all I'm doing is just turning these on and off. Like I said, it's got a 12 ohm load. I'd have used an 8 or a 10 ohm resistor. Unfortunately, I'm out, which is surprising. 10 ohm, which there again, I mean, I could use a smaller one. It's a 2 or 3 watt, but I really would rather have like a 10 or a 15 watt for this. That way I can actually put, a longer duration on that. Because we don't care if this gets hot enough where it's just about there now where I can't hardly touch it. But like I said, we want to exercise it. We want to actually put a load on it. And this is something I actually started doing about 5 years ago. The reason why is because I went through like several other people, and on the small ones it wasn't as critical, but the larger you go, it does. But essentially, without actually going ahead and putting a load across it and actually breaking it in, it's just a small little increment. But believe it or not, if you don't do this, you're going to see these numbers change anywhere from a half, anywhere from a half volt to as much as 1.2 volts is what I have seen. Um, and when you have multiple different voltages, it's going to start with the one that's at the highest voltage, and it's going to start, kicking, each one is going to start drawing, the further it goes down and matches to each one. So you don't actually get an equal load across the entire field of modules that you've got, whether it's 2, 4, 10, 50, whatever you're building. So it's really, really important to actually do this. Because I actually had to take one that, actually I had to take a 1,000 amp power supply apart. Um, and that was one of the problems was it really wasn't acting right, and it had multiple different, multiple different voltages, and this was actually one that wasn't mine. Um, and I've noticed it there. I also noticed it in a couple of little 100 amps that I built, like I said, about 5 years ago. Uh, and like I said, what I'd figured out was once they've actually had a load on them, they will start, all the parts and everything actually kind of settle in, and you can actually get them more stable. And that's the whole thing in a nutshell, is we're looking for stability within our power supplies. No, these are not megawatts. Um, I can get megawatts. Like I said, I will build with whatever you want. If you want the Econo, the Super Econos from, Timbuktu, that cost you like $16 a piece or something like that. I've seen some as cheap as $13. If that's what you choose to have it built as, I'll build it with that. Um, I will not warranty it, but if you want, I mean, I can build it with that. These are not megawatt power supplies. These are 40 amp modules, but they are really good. Um, you know, all of it, including the megawatt and including the Meanwell, all of them come from China. Um, so these here, they are actually rated for 500 watts at 12 volts. These are, I still call them a 40 amp, but they are rated at 42 amps at 12 volts on the DC out. So pretty, some pretty decent power supplies. I've come across two or three what I'm going to call is aftermarket power supplies, and I've had really good luck with a couple different ones. The ones that I used to use all the time, unfortunately, can't get anymore. And some of the other people that had started using them, same type of scenario. So Dun, dun. All right. Back on this. All right. All right. So this one is 15.4. I'm going to go down past my point of reference that I'm looking for. I'm going to slowly bring it back up. Now is when it gets tricky. There we go. $14.55. Now what that's actually going to show us doing it at the 14.55, once this powers up, the voltmeter typically on the front of the power supply is going to go up to 14.6. You know, what it amounts to is it essentially gives you just that little fraction so that you can stay closer to the 14.5. Now granted, depending on you know, how hard of a current draw that you have on this, you know, you are going to see this drop. You know, once I get this all finished up, like I said, we'll do a load test on it, and I'll show you guys as far as you know, what we're looking at. Now the other thing too, I have to clean that out. I've got more of this if need be. I didn't do it on the first one because I forgot about it. It's sitting there right next to me. But this is actually heat sink cement. Get it to open back up. What about a half a dozen tubes of this, as far as the little small ones. Because if you don't use it up fast enough, which I mean I could spend days just doing nothing but setting modules, you know, but there we go. Anyways, try to put some right over top of control, off to the side. Is it something you have to do? No. Is it something that I'd recommend? Yes. You also have to remember, you know, in shipping or whatever the case may be, you know, it's not something that's just going to sit right here on my desk the entire life once it's built. You know, it's actually going to get to the individual. And what you don't want is one of these to be a little looser than the other and it start actually shifting. So that's what we're actually trying to avoid, is once these are set, you know, this stuff dries in just a few hours, and you can take, you know, something like a little pick or a small screwdriver. It can be removed so that you can adjust it at a later date if you, for some reason, you decide to change something. So that's another reason why I use it, is it's very, very flexible in relationship to that. You can use just regular, you know, household silicone, automotive silicone. That works. It's a little harder to get off, but it does work. All right. Come on, baby. There we go. Cracker wide open. Let that puppy run for a second or two. Turn it back off. All right. Takes care of that. Well, that's part of the reason why, Gary, that I've been using these. I've had, and I'm down to just a few small ones where people have bought them off of me. I mean, I spent almost $500 just trying to find, decent quality, that doesn't have the noise, that I don't have to go back and, figure out, okay, well, I've got to take them apart. I got to modify them for this, or I got to try to turn up the voltage to do what I wanted to do. The Megawatt, like I said, I would love to buy those. And my biggest gripe that I've got is their price. I've bought a few of them here and there, but whenever you're willing to buy a case or 2 cases at a time, and they're not giving you any kind of a discount, it's really hard, because I'm paying full retail for something that I'm actually trying to put into an overall product. And that's part of the reason why everybody's had issues as far as with some of the different companies out there. I'll give you another perfect example. There's another couple of techs actually, that I talked to, and all they do is just radio communication. That's all they've done for 40 plus years. And one of their biggest gripes that we all wind up with, if you've ever owned a Cobra 2000 or a similar type radio, one of the big things that everybody complains about is Marquette Electronics. If you want a set of meters for a Cobra 2000 to replace it, you're looking at 70 some bucks by the time you pay shipping. That's crazy, absolutely crazy. That's just like on a what was it? A Galaxy radio. Doesn't matter what model, just get any form of a Galaxy radio. One of the things that I've noticed about that is, when dealing with Galaxy, used to I could buy parts wholesale, buy them direct from the manufacturer. Okay, well now, they're selling those products to me at full retail. So a switch that I normally would sell for $10, okay, I've got to pay $15 and a minimum of $10 shipping. So for each individual piece, depending on how often or what I need. So it's, like I said, some of it is just asinine, as far as with what some of these companies are doing. Yeah, and that's the sad part. I mean, I think I buy enough as far as for, whenever you're looking at, I'm a small guy. I don't have, $50,000 in the bank to sit there and play with to buy, parts every time I turn around, and I don't have enough return fast enough, to justify that kind of expense, you know. Okay. There's 3, 4, 5. Try bumping that down just a fraction. Yeah, like I said, trying to get things down to 3 points behind. The 14.5 is the easy part. Once you start getting down into the tenths and then the hundredths, because essentially, you've got, your tenths, hundredths, and thousands. So you're looking at, a 100 thousandths of a volt. So I mean, you're talking, quite literally millivolts. Um, that's a lot. Okay. So now it's going to have to make a slight little fraction change, which did. Oops. Yeah, especially since this is just a single turn pot. Ah. There we go. A little moose juice on there. Something here it's a brand new ink pen. Shouldn't be giving me fits. Okay. Later this week, what I'll do, since I am very, very limited on time through the week, as far as my normal work week, what I'm actually going to do is on the other 5, I'll go ahead and I'll get those plugged in and I'll get those all set. Crank it wide open. Oh, and that's another thing too, is actually finding modules that will go essentially up to 15 volts without having to take them apart and modify them. That's also nice. So the company that's actually producing these, it's a really, really nice setup because of that. I don't know how many countless hours over the years that, I have literally taken every single one of these apart, and I've had to modify them in order to go ahead and do the voltage, voltage that, we all have came to love. I know a lot of people, they love to see things at 15 plus volts, because they're thinking, hey, it's going to draw down, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. And, they want to squeeze that last drop of wattage out of their amplifier. I've told people before, I'm more of a conservativist. I'll show you big numbers, from time to time, but I'd rather show you something that, is going to keep you as far as in your equipment without having to take and turn right back around and have it repaired within 30 days because, you blowed transistors because you ran, 2 volts too high for too long. That does happen. That off of there. All righty. Oh, Lord. This is the worst part of the whole job right here. It's not the fact that it's hard, it's just very time consuming because you got to do the same thing multiple times. Oh, speaking of which, I think I've got a junk one laying over here that's tore apart. Something else that I wanted to go ahead and point out too. I'm going to let the resistor cool for a second. Okay. All right. This is one I pulled out of somebody's amplifier. I can see how it's still staying here. It's been thrown into a pile for quite some time. Yeah, it's not one of those that you want to have in your amplifier. I'm going to take this one apart. I want to show you guys something else too. It's kind of a what not to do. It's unplugged. All right. All right. This is actually one that somebody had modified that was actually in an amplifier. All right, you're going to see two things that are missing off the board. If I can get this turned around here. You're going to see two things that are missing off the board. One of which is the actual fuse. Okay, well, yeah, okay, that's fine if you're going to go ahead and bypass the fuse. However, there are what looks like a capacitor or capacitors that are going across here, and they're actually depending on the manufacturer, they use what they call a varistor, which basically what it amounts to is you have your incoming voltage that hits this. Once it heats up, which just takes microseconds on the inside, it heats up and it goes ahead and it makes full contact. What this basically is, because these actually draw a pretty good chunk of power every time they kick on. Okay, what this little part does is it is nothing more than a soft start. That's actually what you want left in there. For example, if you build let's say you build a 150 amp power supply. You pull all the fuses out. You run a jumper on the bottom side, on top, wherever you want to. You bypass this. You take these out. You run a piece of wire across there because you want to get that last drop of power out of this before it explodes. Okay, you do that. What's going to happen is if you hook it up, and it's something that I could actually show you too. I think that's the main reason why I've kept this one around. Eventually I'll go through and I'll put a screw back in there, and I will show a AC load on this versus one that you leave standard. But what actually drove me bananas is there was 4 of these in an amplifier that I was working on. Well, every time I would turn it on, it kept throwing the breaker. Now, granted, my breaker was a little weak at the time, which it's been replaced since then. Okay, but it still shouldn't have kicked it out just to turn it on. Well, because those are removed, you've got that inertia that's coming in and actually kicking out the breaker because of the fact that it's drawing more than 20 amps just to turn 4 modules on. That's not any good. So just one of those little quick tidbits that I kind of wanted to point out and let you guys know. All right, so let's pull that off, that out of the way, grab our meters. Let's get back to setting some voltages. Okay, so 1450. Bring it up just a little bit more. We're at that threshold where it's just finessing it. One, 2 on the last number. That's really what I'm shooting for. So even 3 is okay. See if you try to get that last little snippet. It's that easy. One of the things that I used to do years ago, I think I've still got a bag of them. I haven't done it in quite some time, and a lot of it just has to do with the time consumption. But I used to actually take out the little 1-turn potentiometers whenever anytime I had to take them apart in order to go ahead and bump up the voltage. I would also go ahead and pull those out. And what I was doing was I was actually putting a 10-turn potentiometer. I've got some down here that's kind of handy because I do have a couple different things. This one's an elongated elongated version. But essentially, you can take that small little screw and you can turn it anywhere from, depending on the design, anywhere from 10 to 15 times to go from all the way up versus all the way down. And it made setting things right to an exact point makes life so much easier. It's kind of like a super clarifier and a Cobra 2000 is kind of where I put that in the same range as. But alrighty, looks like we got one more module. Let's go ahead and get this one marked so we don't forget what we've done. Okay. And we're going to crank that volume up. All right, Gary, have a good night, buddy. Like I said, I know that this part's the longest. Is like I said, we've got to go through and set each one of them. But like I said, we'll get this one done here real quick, and then we'll start getting some wires pulled. I'll have enough of what I need to be able to go ahead and put these in there and start looking at power wire lengths. Well, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this. Like I said, I know several of you have been kind of in, kind of out. Like I said, it's just one of those things where, some of it's like watching paint dry, but it's all part of the process. And I could actually go ahead and use a little bit heavier load, and it would probably make it a little faster. The only thing with making a heavier load as far as to put on this, main thing that you're kind of fighting on that part of it is, in this case, I can just set this one right in place of it. Now I could actually go ahead and take another one of these and solder, twist it together and solder it. And, I may do that as far as on the next go around. Used to, I never put more than about 1/4 of an amp of physical draw on the power supplies at any given time. And, I've noticed that as long as you've got at least 1 amp of current draw, like I said, it pulls everything into place, and just turning it on and off actually works everything, and it settles. They typically settle down a whole lot better whenever you're setting your voltages. Ooh, that's warm. Hot, hot, hot. There we go. All right. This is another thing too, guys. I like to write down my finished voltage on each one of them too. Number one, so that I can go back and go, oh, okay, that's what I set it at. The other reason is that way, if it's sitting right here on my desk and I go to do something else later that day or that night, you know, it's like, oh, okay, well, I've already set this one, you know, and it's already been load test, you know, had a small load test and everything put on. So, you know, it's about confirmation, you know. That's all you're doing is you're giving yourself confirmation that you've done what you need to get done to it. So, alrighty. Let's get these off to the side. We'll get this cord out of the way. Okay, we're gonna lay the back down at. There it is. Okay. Oops. works. Sorry about this, guys. One more quick message here. All right. There's that. Okay, so we know we're going to be about like that. I know the main plug's going to be here. All right. I was trying to get my wire rack moved over here closer to me. Pulling it over here so that I can actually not have to worry about it as much. There we go. Give myself a little extra because I can cut off easier than I can add back on. Hey, there's actually life on the channel. Come on. All right, so we're going to go ahead and cut all the wires to the same length. That way everything sees the same essential load, if you will. There's a couple of different methods of doing this, that I've seen people use. This is one of them I prefer. Essentially it's called summing. So the AC and the DC both, see the same current going to each power supply. And it does make sense, especially when you start getting, if you only had 2 modules, one of the things you could do is actually just go ahead and run a jumper across it, put your incoming line on one module, and then put your neutral on the other. And that would actually work the same, in the same manner on a small power supply if you wanted to go ahead and try to, alleviate some of the excess wiring. It works for small amounts. The bigger you get, there again, you gotta keep that into consideration that, the more you put together, the more accurate and the more closely monitored that the supply voltage, as well as, the current that you're creating on the other side of it, You know, they see as close to the same input and output load, you know, for the longest, you know, for the longest run time. You know, you spend the money for one of these, you know, you kind of want to make sure that what you got's going to be there for, you know, years to come. You know, it is an investment. Okay. Come on. I'll have to pick that one up here in a second. Okay. There's sure a lot of wire that's going to go into this. Jeez Louise. Just a couple more and we'll have all the AC cut. That'd be kind of nice. And that's the end of the AC. Yeehaw. Gotta get that wire rack out of the way. We can go to the other one. All right. Here's another hole. Alrighty. So that takes care of that. Alrighty, guys. I'll tell you what. It's 4:15. here in Indiana. We got all of our AC wires cut as far as for both sides. As far as the two hots, I'm going to go ahead and call it an evening for right now. Like I said, I know I still got to cut a hole here for my fan to go ahead and take care of everything there. But we'll come back to this here hopefully later this week, maybe this next weekend, because like I said, I want to get this one done because I've got three. I know I've got at least two, if not three more supplies that are actually going to be coming up, and that we're going to be working on. So, guys, I appreciate you being here. Love having you throughout the almost 5 hours. So, definitely want to say thank you again, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed just hanging out. All right, everybody, take care. Have a great evening and a wonderful week coming up.